Thank you so much, Univen Choir. The procession has arrived. May I therefore request that we all rise.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I constitute this meeting a lawful congregation of the University of Venda.
Please be seated.
Chairperson of Council, Mr. Junius Legeta, Chancellor of the University of Venda, Advocate Mojanku Gumbi, in absentia, Vice Chancellor and Principal, Dr. Bernard Ntambeleni, members of Council, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Nosisi Feza, Services, Dr. Robert Martin, University Registrar, Advocate Edward Lambani, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Botwe Kazia, Senior Management of the University, the Professoriate academics, staff, and students from the 4 faculties, SRC President, Mr. Gudani Chamano, members of the Student Representative Council, President of Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi, Tovele MPK Chivase, Tovele Golem Papuli, MEC for Education Limpopo, Honorable Mavungu Leruli Ramakanya, Acting Executive Mayor of Vembi District Municipality, Advocate Mudunungu, Tulamela Local Municipality Mayor, Councillor Sarah Rambuda, Councillor Rachel Ralipada, representing the Mayor of Makado Local Municipality, and all representatives of other local municipalities, traditional and religious leaders, honorary doctorate recipients, Professor Chilizi Marwala and Dr. Chenuani Farisani, and your guests, university stakeholders from business, government, funders, donors, sponsors, civil society, the faith community, local and international partners, Dr. V.S. Ramasuva, Dr. K.F. Nechiombo, TUT Mbombela Campus Rector, Judge Raulinga, Univen friends, parents and guardians, and to our most important guests of today, our graduates, media practitioners, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2022 spring graduation of the University of Venda. We shall today confer 366 undergraduate and postgraduate qualifications on students and candidates from the Faculty of Health Sciences, the Faculty of Humanities, Social Sciences and Education, the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, and the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law. This is the first official cohort of 2022 graduates, which together with the graduates of the autumn graduation next year will give us the class of 2022. Already today, we are conferring 19 doctoral degrees during this ceremony. This bodes well for our final 2022 PH graduate output, which according to our university strategic plan, as well as the ministerial target for the University of Venda, should be 50 doctoral graduates per year by 2025. Of the 19 doctoral degrees that will be conferred, half will be conferred on female candidates, while out of the 106 postgraduate degrees, 71 or 2/3 will go to female candidates. Univen is becoming a university where women lead and show the way. Watch this space. Vice-Chancellor and Principal, what makes today's graduation ceremony particularly memorable is that after careful consideration and thorough consultation, and with the overwhelming support of both the Senate and the Council of the University of Venda, we shall be conferring honorary doctoral degrees upon 2 remarkable individuals with their roots firmly in the red soil of Venda, but with a stature that transcends all boundaries and is celebrated internationally. It is for their national and international stature that the University of Venda will honor them, but we shall not hide our pride in the fact that they are the sons of our soil. Vice-Chancellor, as this year draws to an end, and as we hopefully finally exit the COVID-19 pandemic, we can look back in gratitude at the 2022 performance of the University of Venda. Not only is our new model of blended and multimodal teaching and learning maturing and student success improving, but research output is on the rise, our infrastructure developments are on track, and our financial house is in order. This is not only a tribute to your leadership, it is also additional reason to celebrate. And that is what we shall do today, in honor of the bright stars that will soon be shining on stage as they receive their degrees. Thank you.
Bukhabani bya bukhatla matloli butsiriri taubane Bukhabani bya bukhatla matloli butsiriri taubane Bukhabani bya bukhatla matloli butsiriri taubane Tamele ni taubane taubane Bukhabani bya bukhatla matloli butsiriri Bukhabani
Vice-Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to request you to confer the certificates and degrees that are reflected on the program to the candidates that the Executive Deans shall present to you.
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I confer the certificates and degrees.
Vice-Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present the following qualifications. Bachelor of Arts, Bachelor of Arts Development Studies, Bachelor of Arts Media Studies, Bachelor of Arts in International Relations, Bachelor of Arts in Language Practice, Bachelor of Arts Youth and Development, Bachelor of Arts Indigenous Knowledge System, Healthcare, Bachelor of Education, Foundation Phase, and Bachelor of Education, Further Education and Training.
Malisa Pilaji Maria. Makuba Tanzwani. Mashaba Bugarawe. Mashimbye Okninyikiwe. Machiri Funzo. Muzanani Adivaho. Kobo Kodani. Macheke Matimu Rachel. Mativa Rugisani Sendi. Matsira Funzo. Matumba Manea. Chishonga Dakaro. Chita Mune Oripa. Bombi Swetan. Chauke Musa. Korombi Mo Ope. Magwaliva Murende. Makabu Nzumbululo. Makola Sweet Line Madira. Matasa Nzumbululo. Mabungu Murende. Mudau Pfunzo. Monarini Samuel. Nemakonde Kutazo.
To our graduates, we would like to remind you to ensure that when you arrive in front of the VC, please kneel so that you could be kept. And this is precisely what we demonstrated to you before the commencement of the ceremony. Thank you so much.
Ngodiseni Dakaro. Sibanda Joyce Kondwani. Sihadi Mubuya. Chauke Kasidi. Mbubana Rochizwa. Hlatswa Yosipo Brandon. Magava Anzani. Manuku Ndibuo Master. Mabasa Vanessa. Chauke Florence. Kwinda Tsumbedzo. Kaji. Makekle. Mdaka Pumelani Felicia. Kaji. Mashiho Sunny Boy. Masikwa Dakaro Jessica. Masuku Rivotile Justicia. Matumba Butlari Yvonne. Mabunga Burenda Baldwin. Mokansi Shitsembiso Shalin. Mkachwa Mpilo. Mukwebo Ndiferani. Nechituni Muraro. Randera Cliff Tsumbedzo. Takarani Patuani. Tipa Litsukulu France. Bansa Patuchezo Daphne. Dlamini Sandy. Masindi Patuchezo.
Kanswa nomfundo bahlele. Mpepu Lebuwani. Shandukani Ndamulelo. Mpande Rendani. Siwaga Wuchilo. Congratulations. Paloi Gift. Bila Masana. Chauke Tsakani Eric. Kabana Murumela Joanna. Machete Tumelo. Magoma Chipichitu Adolo, sorry. Maifo Clement. Mimola Kutso Clement. Nepawe Rina. Ngobeni Freedom.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present the following qualifications: Baccalaureus Curationis, Praxis Extensa, Bachelor of Psychology, and Bachelor of Science in Nutrition. Mabasa Ntwanano Mashia. Chikudo Chipiwa. Manyike Privilege Mkateko. Singo Ronewa Tania.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Bachelor of Administration, Public Administration, Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice, Bachelor of Commerce, Accounting, Bachelor of Commerce, Business Information Systems, Bachelor of Commerce, Business Management, Bachelor of Commerce, Economics, Bachelor of Commerce, Human Resource Management, Bachelor of Commerce, Tourism Management, Bachelor of Commerce in Accounting Science, and Bachelor of Laws.
Matabi Mbangiseni. Mutileni Ranzu Morris. Rikotso Tamsanka Bishop. Sambo Sizwe Nicholas.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Singo Rodibuwa.
Makakula Kabelo Evans. Mujuru Michel.
Chauke Masana Mitchell. Koza Glenton. Mashaule Bonwise. Makova Raveresani. Mambane Vanessa. Mashau Chedza. Muhlanga Welcome Duncan. Munyai Dakaro. Munjezi Kumbero Monica. Nenguza Aruane Shudupazo. Nechauru Chipiwa. Ngobo Bekiseni. Ngobeni Sydney. Nyadzane Hutazo Sydney. Rabura Mudivani, Chishonga Tembiso, Shasha Karabo, Majaji Rendani, Rapa Shatondani Elisa, Chauke Tinchwalo, Zivani Furupero George, Hanya Jen, Mashige Tangambi, Nepawe Takani, Madoloane Rururi, Ndo Wabo Junior, Mufukeng Tapelo, Shungwani Tembi, Madawa Gundo, Manyame Tendai, Manzere Ifi Joseph,
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Bachelor of Environmental Sciences, Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Earth Sciences in Hydrology and Water Resources, Bachelor of Earth Sciences in Mining and Environmental Geology, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Bachelor of Science in Food Science and Technology, and Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning.
Bugana Rendani Prudence, Chauke Thongolani Elvis, Hamisi Faith Mabiala, Kokolo Wamakalimela David, well done. Lipale Risto Ketsi Kamukelo, Mafunero Ndorani, Maige Atendao, Makamu Alpha Confidence, Malachi Malachi Bridget Mabaireki. Mangomeni Patuani. Matidza Mudzunga Chedza. Mbarate Agri. Mburaeni Andani. Muahitapelo Esther. Mahosha Jonathan Mashile. Next time. Munjani Denas. Okay. Mukavuri Butari Chris. Muribana Muanu. Munwana Mukundi. Muregirusa. Nekweva Emmanuel. Netamba Tarifani. Netamba Witness. Nkanedzeni Adivao. Raedani Rutendo Marvin. Ramano Takarani Debra. Ramaburana Chinakao. Ramashapa Mpo Ashley. Ramba U Rotondwa. Rambuda Bono. Ramapelo Shane. Sorry. Ratombo Ndivadzo. Rachi Ungo Pananani Ntrombi. Sikaulelo Apumulelo. Siminya Kapanda Jr. Shaku Agreni. Stonjani Nene Delight.
Baloi Rotondwa Maven. Vumbi Mashudu. Zike Eugene. Dzivani Lutendo. Kabane Rufuno Lawson. Madiva Aruani. Majege Rinae. Madzimbalare Patuchedzo Caswell. Magidi Ndamulero. Mesho Kawene Lane. Maluleke Ebenezer. Mashaba Avelo. Matodzi Masara Patience. Mabungu Uone Law. Mufama Dimulisa. Mukwevo Maramba Innocentia. Muraudzi Kuliso. Muraudzi Temburuo. Munjelele Muweleli. Mutere Tembani. Muyahalo Tabero Blessing. Ndova da Rinae Dion. Nefare Zanga. Nechambidi Konadzeo. Nechiheni Chipiwa. Nechimbupfe Chipiwa. Nechozi Muketwa. Neburaudzi Abasei. Hopi Shamulo. Radzuma Surprise. Rarupe Munaka. Ramabulana Fano. Ramulefo Trudy. Ramurongo Mbangiseni Desmond. Rasila Shudufadzo. Ravura Muraro. Shumba Kodani, Siliga Ndicheni, Simango Nkateko, Chishonga Ulisani,
Chauke Vuyelo Kalot. Mushaba na maditina vuyo. Nefare ajuangwisi. Rama Uma Nakedi Helen. Ramutero Masakonda Catherine. Ravura Irene. Makali Wongi Jennifer. Matata Bell. Tabel. There you go. Machiva Uhone. Mufamadi Tabero Seila. Ndo Unompa. Congratulations. Raurisa Gudan. Tava Mawera Donald.
Bere Mubangwere. Koza Butomi Osborne. Lesifi Progress. Mabale Kulufelo Sidwell. Unkonto Siabonga. Mukobi Mamluko. Mudauri Bwani Lucia. Murauzi Dakaro. Muleka Given. Munyai Buabo. Taka Didineo. Chivo Brenda Judith. Makamutoko. Mashaba Promise. Meregi unarine marvelous. Sorry. Mutwale Rochelle. Nebutanda Rinae. Ntangwisi Matimu delicate. Chisere born of vision. Mutara unarine. Ndo ushemweletshedzi. Ngobeli tendani.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualification. Postgraduate Certificate in Education.
Don't worry, hand it over.
Okay.
I wanted to verify.
What is it?
The certificate is not the one who's going to get this. It's not here.
Oh, okay. Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. A Bachelor of Arts Honors, a Bachelor of Arts Honors in Gender Studies, a Bachelor of Arts Honors in International Relations, a Bachelor of Education Honors in Early Childhood Education, a Bachelor of Education Honors in Educational Management, a Bachelor of Education Honors in Guidance and Counseling, and a Bachelor of Education Honors in Physics Education.
Stagolindani, Makananise Mupulusi, with a distinction. Munisi Tosina, Ramroka Moli, Rampfumedzi Ntsundeni, Chauke Juliana, Madima Mkonanyi, Malachi Prisla, Mohale Murian, Ngoveni Dolents Maganu Twanano. Makari Lutendo. Snyage Chinakao. Svia Solani. Oh, this posthumous. Just wait.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Bachelor of Arts Honors in Criminal Justice, Bachelor of Public Administration Honors, and Bachelor of Commerce Honors.
Muraho Zitendo. Ngwenya Tamsiza Tobin. Paweni Khotso Samuel. Ngobeni Nkwanyana Lorraine. Maiva Tovani Rudolph. Manuel Rendani. Mapata Mpo Kero. Chitaudzi Petani. Ungenzani Lufuno.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Bachelor of Environmental Sciences Honors and Bachelor of Science Honors.
Mafunise Nyadzani. Maubane Ntsipa Tato. Nyambi Delilah Daphne. Ramo Vandivuo. Vilankulu Vutari.
Jivuo Asakundwi, praise the Lord. Nechirongwe Vahangwele.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Master of Arts, Master of Arts in African Studies, and Master of Education.
Rubengo Masane, title, Experiences of People Living with Epilepsy in Selected Villages of Limpopo and Mpumalanga Provinces. Supervisor, Prof. A. Mapura, Co-Supervisor, Prof. L. Makado. Nkosi Lindiwe Veronica, title, An Exploration of the Role of African Traditional Health Practitioners in Treating Cancer Patients, a case study of Mzinti, Mpumalanga Province of South Africa. Supervisor, Prof. V.O. Nechandama, Co-Supervisor, Advocate Dr. S.L. Kugara. Amaibo Doris, title, Assessment of Information and Communication Technology, Competence Skills by Secondary School Teachers in Luvubu Second. Supervisor, Dr. M.P. Sikawe, Co-Supervisor, Dr. N.P. Mafenye. Masakona Takalani Cedric, title, The Impact of Migration on Learning, a case of Mvudi Seket in Bembe District, Limpopo, South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. M.P. Sikawe, Co-Supervisor, Dr. M.G. Sikwari. Tsiku Phyllis, investigation on how teaching and learning resources are allocated at Shamabunga Seket. Supervisor, Dr. A.T. Nesengani, Co-Supervisor, Professor T.S. Mashau.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Master of Public Health and Master of Nursing.
Mamafa Ndivuo Cynthia. Managa Chiriro Lawrence. Munyadziwa Muimereri. Ratsilani Tondani. Chavangu Tolile. Title: Indigenous Practices for Management of People Living with Epilepsy in Selected Rural Communities of Mpumalanga and Limpopo Province. Supervisors: Prof. M.S. Maputle, Co-Supervisor Prof. R.T. Lewis. Masua Ropiwa. Title: Lived Experiences of Nurses Regarding Shortage of Medical Equipments and Supplies in Primary Health Care Facilities in Makado Municipalities. Supervisor Dr. K.J. Nechisauru, Co-Supervisor Prof. L.H. Nematag. Matombo Ondwera. Title: Midwives' Experiences Regarding the Implementation of Prevention of Mother-to-Child Transmission Guidelines in Mopani District of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. K.J. Nechisauru, Co-Supervisor Dr. A.R. Chiriro. Mavungo Abatakari Shemri. Title: The Experiences of Student Nurses in Conducting Group Research at Limpopo College of Nursing, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. T.R. Ruarima, Co-Supervisor Dr. J.L. Mafumo. Movapi Nomen Rufuno. Title: Barriers Regarding Child Psychiatry Assessment by Medical Doctors in Selected Hospital of Bembe Districts, Limpopo Province. Supervisor Prof. Maluleke, Co-Supervisor Dr. N.S. Ralipash. Ramunenyiwa Tinavuyo Sharon. Title: Factors Affecting Quality Patient Care at Selected Hospitals in Bembe District, Limpopo, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. S.A. Murondo, Co-Supervisors Dr. J.L. Mafumu. Chabuse Nyadzani Rachel. Title: Experiences of Men During Menopause at Zingae Village, Bembe District of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. N.D. Ndou, Co-Supervisor Ms. Mbedzi.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Masters in Public Management, Master of Laws in Human Rights, Master of Commerce, and Master of Laws.
Manganyi Timothy. Nkuna Nyiko Eunice. Maiwashe Ruben Zivurwan. Mukwebo Chimangazo Donald. Matiba Dubo Sharon, Master of Business Information Systems, title Information and Communication Technology for Sustainable Small-Scale Sweet Potato Farming, a case of Vembe District in Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. W. Munyoka, co-supervisor Mr. D. Tutan. Munyai Musutwa, Master of Human Resource Management with distinction. The mediating role of psychological well-being on mindfulness and job performance among public hospital-based nurses in Polokwane local municipality area. Supervisor Prof. N. Nkuna, co-supervisor Prof. H. Ngerande. Muraheni Given, Master of Commerce, title Determinants of Tax Revenue Performance in South Africa for the period 1990 to 2018. Supervisor Dr. Z. Nyamazunzu, co-supervisor Dr. M. Dagume. Master of Laws, Mambore Yolanda, the admission of enrollment of foreign legal practitioners in SACU countries as an international trade in services issues. Supervisor Professor Lonias Ndlovu, co-supervisor Prof. Thiren van der Vaart.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Master of Arts in Rural Development, Master of Earth Sciences in Mining and Environmental Geology, Master of Environmental Sciences, Master of Environmental Sciences in Hydrology and Water Resources, Master of Science, and Master of Science in Agriculture, Master of Science in Food Science and Technology.
Khoza Wisani, title, Effect of Climate Variability of Small-Scale Production of Tomatoes in Mopane District of Limpopo, South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. M.A. Mataurura, co-supervisor, Dr. F. Rabuari. Murauzi Luisa Rapelang, title, Gender-Based Analysis of Agricultural Water Security in Mubanda Community, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, MSGB Olo, and co-supervisor, Dr. M. Manjoro.
Mbeve Notolo Kindness. Title, Development of an Integrated Approach for Prioritization of Mine Features of Selected Abandoned Mines for Rehabilitation in the Guiani Greenstone Belt. Supervisor, Dr. F. Amponza da Costa, Co-Supervisor Dr. S.E. Mutongo. Nembambura Hurufedzani, title, Mapping Tree Plantation Health in Relation to Invasive Plant Species and Climate Change in Chivase Tea Estate, South Africa, a remote sensing approach. Supervisor Dr. O. Malatela, Co-Supervisor Dr. L. Mugwede. Chishonga Unarine Emmanuel, title, Mapping Indigenous Vegetation Health in Ruvubu River Catchment using Sentinel-2 data. Supervisor Dr. O. Malatela and Co-Supervisor Mr. F. Dondofema. Sivanda Ethina, the title is Developing People-Centered Framework for Solid Waste Management in Informal Settlements within Tshwane and Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipalities. Supervisor, Prof. J. N. Edokpai, Co-Supervisor, Prof. B. Bickham. Good work. Madironga Ropiwa Teresa, title, Evaluation of Water Quality, Hydrochemical Processes, and the Health Risk Associated with Spring Water in Tulamola Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Prof. J. N. Edokpai, Co-Supervisor, Dr. O. S. Duroj.
No, Gamini Nonkanka Fortunate, title, The Design and Synthesis of Mixed Ligand Metal Organic Frameworks for Xylene Inclusion. Supervisor Dr. E. Batsai, Co-Supervisor Prof. L.J. Babo. Gumani Tanyani Rodney, title, Fundamental Analysis for Stocks Using Extreme Gradient Boosting. Supervisor Dr. W. Chagwiza, Co-Supervisor Mr. Kou Kubiana. Okay. Matata Kuriso, Master of Science Biochemistry, distinction, title, Identification of alkyl transferases responsible for the diverse hydroxynamoyl chemical space in Bidens pilosa. Supervisor Prof. N.E. Madara. Mbezi Chinane Angel, Master of Science Applied Mathematics, title, Share Price Prediction for Increasing Market Efficiency Using Random Forest. Supervisor Dr. W. Chagwiza, Co-Supervisor Prof. W. Garira. Moyana Constantia, Master of Science Chemistry, topic, Preparation and Characterization of Na2Fe2MO4 solid solution as potential cathode material in sodium-ion batteries. Supervisor Dr. M.A. Lihori, Co-Supervisor Prof. T. Fanri, and Dr. L. Sikwibiru. Mulaudzi Chilibari Adelaide, Master of Science Botany. Topic, the effect of root severance in savanna trees in Nelson Nature Reserve, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor Manda Haji Ligabambelengwa, Co-Supervisor Prof. Chisikau. Ngoweni Mashia Dumisani, Zoology. Topic, genomic diversity and structure among South and East Asian human populations. Supervisor Prof. Y. Moodley, Co-Supervisor Dr. A. Rakota Rivello. Parandwa Mashudu Victor, Botany. Topic, ethnoecological investigation of Spirostachys africana, Sont population at Hamata village, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor Prof. Sikawe, Co-Supervisor Dr. K. Magwede. Paswana Mketwa Concelia, Botany. Distinction. Topic, an inventory, nutritional analysis, and biological evaluation of underutilized indigenous vegetables used to manage non-communicable diseases in Tulamela Local Municipality, Bembe District, South Africa. Supervisor Dr. N.A. Masebe, Co-Supervisor Prof. S.O. Amo. Rambu Databero, Zoology. Topic, genomic mechanisms underpinning phenotypic diversity in the spiral-horned antelope. Supervisor Prof. Y. Moodley, Co-Supervisor Dr. A. Rakoto Rivello.
Masters of Science in Agricultural Economics. Title, An Analysis of Crop Farmers' Resilience to Climate Change in the Tulamela Local Municipality of Bembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor I.B. Oluwatayo. Mukwiti Basitsana Christine, Agricultural Economics. Topic, Assessing beneficiation of black emerging macadamia farmers from the statutory levy for transformation in Bembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Professor I.B. Olutawai. Masaram Dao, Masters of Science in Food Science and Technology with Distinction. Title, Nutritional Quality, Microstructural Properties and Consumer Acceptability of Biscuits obtained from fermented finger millet, Olosium coracana flowers. Supervisor, Dr. S. Iramashia, Co-Supervisor, Mr. M. E. Mashao.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Doctor of Education, Doctor of Philosophy, and Doctor of Philosophy in African Studies.
Chiweshe Misozi, title, Student Engagement Challenges Encountered by International Postgraduate Students at one South African University. Supervisor Prof. N.P. Mzelwana, Co-Supervisor Prof. T. Runare. The Co-Supervisor will read the citation.
The study explored the engagement and experiences of international postgraduate students at selected South African universities. The study used qualitative case study, interpretive paradigm, social and academic integration theory, and student engagement conceptual framework. A purposive sample of 11 former, 11 current international postgraduate students, and 1 officer from the International Relations Office comprised the study participants. The study revealed that international postgraduate students were positively engaged for their studies, despite the several challenges they encountered because of their determination to get the postgraduate qualification. To succeed with their studies, the international postgraduate students had to find ways to deal with the challenges in the context of what the hosting higher education institution offered. These results revealed information that can be used to help design services and resources that can address international postgraduate students' needs and generate continued development and improvement in hosting higher education institutions systems to enhance the quality of international postgraduate students' academic experiences.
Mamari Nchegedzeni Rineth, title, Factors Influencing Learners' Achievement in Grade 10 Mathematics, the case of Njelile Central Circuit in Bembe West District in Limpopo Province, Supervisor Dr. M. Mpita, Co-Supervisor Dr. L.P. Ramabrana. The Supervisor will read the citation.
This study investigated factors that can influence grade 10 learners' achievement in mathematics and serve as learning opportunities in the subject. The opportunity propensity theoretical framework was employed to understand factors that can determine achievement in mathematics. Using pragmatism as the study paradigm, a multiple method research design was adopted. From 3 purposively selected schools, 270 grade 10 mathematics learners formed the sample on which semi-structured interviews were conducted. Descriptive statistics, I'll read that again. From 3 purposefully selected schools, 270 grade 10 mathematics learners took a survey. 6 educators, 3 heads of department, as well as 2 curriculum advisors. formed the sample on which semi-structured interviews were conducted. Descriptive statistics and thematic analysis were used to analyze quantitative and qualitative data respectively. Results indicated that learners and teachers were aware of challenging factors and confirmed that there are opportunities which can improve and enhance achievement in mathematics. The study recommends a combination of digital, opportunity, and propensity factors to be considered when planning for teaching and learning of mathematics, which can positively predict academic achievement. Congratulations, Ms. Mamela.
Mazibuko Ronald Patrick. Title, Assessment of Learner Support Agent on Self-Concept and Academic Learner Performance at Schools in Hartsibande District of Mpumalanga, South Africa. Supervisor, Prof. T. Runare. Co-supervisors, Dr. A. Bere and Dr. P. Ramapurana. The supervisor will read the citation.
The study investigated the impact of the Learner Support Agent program on self-concept and academic performance of assembled orphans and vulnerable learners using a mixed method research design. A multi-dimensional self-concept scale and academic school records were the data collection instruments for the quantitative strength of the study. The quantitative sample was subjected to multiple linear regression modeling and independent sample t-tests for analysis. Quantitative results indicated no significant differences between the experimental and the control group on the measured self-concept dimensions. However, on performance in mathematics, the experimental group with a mean score of 41.35 and a standard deviation of 23.83 outperformed the control group with a mean score of 31.73 and a standard deviation of 14.03. The qualitative results revealed that the Learner Support Agent program had a positive impact on the self-confidence, attitude towards schoolwork, and academic performance of the orphans and vulnerable children who participated in the study.
Mudluli Tsetselelani Decide. Title, An Examination of the Role of Traditional Medicine in Primary Health Care in Bushbuck Ridge Region, Mpumalanga Province, South Africa. Supervisor Prof.V. Onechandama, and Co-Supervisor Advocate Dr. F.E. Machidze. The supervisor will read the citation.
The historical stigmatization and demonization of African traditional medicine and practice is well explored in scholarly discourse. Ms. Timudluli examined the role of traditional medicine in primary health care and questioned why, despite repeated calls for integration, traditional medicine is still largely an appendage of Western traditional medicine. Framed within the qualitative research method, the study adopted an explorative design using semi-structured interviews to generate data. Participants consisted of traditional health practitioners, traditional leaders, selected community members, and medical doctors who operate in hospital using allopathic medicine. Responses from the participants unearthed expectations, concerns, commendations, possibilities, and impediments which should be factored to place traditional medicine sustainably in the primary health care. Ms. Mutguli developed a community-centered framework to optimize the role and usage of traditional medicine, which entailed the development of traditional medicine ecosystem at the centers in the village to place its quality assurance at the interface between traditional and Western primary health care system. Congratulations.
Bebe cordial. Language interference involving Isindebele and Kalanga in a selected secondary school in Bulilima district in Matabeleland, South Province in Zimbabwe. Supervisor Dr. J.J. Twala, Co-Supervisor Dr. M.T. Babane. The Co-Supervisor will read the citation.
The thesis investigates the language interference involving Isindebele and Kalanga in the selected secondary school in Matabeleland, South Province in Zimbabwe. The study was underpinned by the qualitative research approach, which solicited views, opinions, and insight from participants through semi-structured interviews, observations, and document analysis. Data was qualitatively presented and interpreted through descriptive analysis. The study reveals that Kalanga interference in the teaching and learning of Isindebele is inevitable. The study also reveals that the interference of Kalanga has yielded both positive and negative effects. The study recommends that for the interference to be minimal, as it is inevitable, the government should ensure that policy issues on indigenous languages are fully implemented. Another recommendation was that language teachers need to evaluate the impact of language interference on the teaching and learning of an L2 or foreign language so that they will avoid negative effects in their classes. 2 articles were generated from the thesis. One article is published, while the other one is due for editorial consideration.
Mukhehle Susan Huhutu, title, Rethinking Labor-Intensive Sector, the Case of Extended Public Works Program Employment between 2004 and 2017 in Capricorn District Municipality, Limpopo Province. Supervisor, Prof. R.R. Mlapo, Co-Supervisor, Prof. M. Makatu. The Co-Supervisor will read the citation.
The purpose of the study was to review policies of unemployment and poverty in the context of Extended Public Works Program and its impact in Capricorn District Municipality, Limpopo Province of South Africa. Data collected from 27 participants with the use of questionnaires and interviews was analyzed through content analysis. Evident in the findings, participants exhibited great understanding of the program in relation to the implementation of EPWP within Capricorn District Municipality, poor management of funds, irregular procedures, as well as lack of experience were evident. The study proposed interventions for the Capricorn District Municipality to perform better on EPWP. For sustainability of the program, permanent relief of unemployment and poverty is required. Congratulations. Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications: Doctor of Nursing and Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health.
Neshonji Nchengezeni Dorothy. The title is The Development Strategies to Enhance the Utilization of Victim Empowerment Services by Men in Vembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Promoter, Prof. L.H. Nemataga. Co-promoter, Prof. D.U. Ramatuba and Dr. A.R. Chidiro. The supervisors will read the citation.
The purpose of the study was to develop
strategies to enhance the utilization of victim empowerment services by men in Vhembe District, Limpopo Province, South Africa. A parallel convergent exploratory mixed method approach was utilized. Data was collected from the abused male victims. Phase 2 was strategy development using SWOT analysis and BOEM model, embodying conceptualization of empowerment process model theory with 6 processes that happens in social context. The study revealed that abused men do not often report causes to the family members and authorities due to fear of stigmatization and victimization. This creates a societal challenge of killings and suicides. Professional services providers who are supposed to render services to the abused male victims and survivors also face challenge of provision of quality services due to the limited or no support, partnering and collaboration from government stakeholders. All these challenges lead to poor service provision to the abused male victims and survivors.
Doctor of Nursing, Sadike Pinyeko Sophie. The thesis title, A Model to Enhance Support for Newly Qualified Registered Nurses in Selected Hospitals of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Prof. D.U. Ramatuba, co-supervisor, Dr. K.G. Nechisau. The supervisor will read the citation.
The purpose of the study was to develop a model to enhance support for newly qualified registered nurses regulated by 683 in selected hospitals of Limpopo Province, South Africa. The study was done in 4 phases. In phase 1, concurrent mixed method approach was used among the population of newly qualified registered nurses and nurse managers. The results revealed the need for a support model. The findings formed the basis for the development of a model to enhance support for newly qualified registered nurses. In phase 2, Rogers and Nafi's 6 steps guided the analysis of the concept support. In phase 3, Dikov, James, and Wiedenbeck's survey list guided the framework for model development. In phase 4, the model was validated. Challenges associated with supporting newly qualified registered nurses have been identified by both newly qualified registered nurses and unit nurse managers. Shortage of staff, negative staff attitude and behavior, inadequate support from unit nurse managers were highlighted as impacting negatively on the effectiveness of support. Congratulations.
Doctor of Philosophy in Public Health, Ramakurukusha Chilidzi Olga. Thesis title, Development of Strategies to Improve Rehabilitation Programs for Violent Behavior Youth in the Limpopo Province, South Africa. Supervisor, Prof. S.S. Babalula. Co-supervisor, Prof. N.S. Mashao. The supervisor will read the citation.
Violent behavior among youth is considered a significant public health problem associated with severe physical and psychological consequences. The study aimed to develop strategies to improve youth rehabilitation programs for violent behavior in Limpopo Province, South Africa. This study adopted multi-phase methods consisting of 3 phases: a systematic review of the literature, empirical data, and the development and validation of strategies. The study was carried out in child and youth care centers in Limpopo Province among youth, multidisciplinary teams, parents, and guardians. The study findings revealed the socio-economic factors that contributed to youth violence behaviors. This led to developing strategies using the 6 elements of the survey list by Dikov et al. The developed strategies were validated through the Delphi technique with experts and stakeholders consultation by organized workshops. 2 articles have been published from the thesis, and 3 manuscripts are currently under review. Congratulations.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the qualification Doctor of Philosophy. Obadire Ayodeji Michael, the title of the dissertation, based on 3 regulatory requirements and the performance, efficiency, capital structure of selected listed African banks. The supervisor is Professor Moyo, co-supervisor Professor N.F. Munjelele, and I will ask one of them to present the citation.
A PhD in accounting and finance. The research provides significant insights into the effects of Basel III Accord on African banks. In establishing this, the study used 45 listed banks from 6 African nations. The study revealed that despite the distinctiveness and efficacy of the Basel III Accord, its impact on African banks is largely 2-phased. This was evident as the results showed that the liquidity requirement had a significant positive impact on African banks' stability and efficiency, while it equally had a negative impact on their financial performance and risk-taking behavior. More so, the capital buffer premium had a positive impact on the efficiency and risk-taking behavior of African banks, whilst it had no significant impact on their stability and financial performance. Thus, the study developed a suitable optimal model that can maximize the performance, stability, efficiency, and risk-taking behavior of African banks. This is the first study to develop such an optimal model. I thank you.
Vice Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to present to you the following qualifications. Doctor of Philosophy, Doctor of Philosophy in Agriculture, and Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Sciences in Geology. Tovogi Fatwani, Doctor of Philosophy in Agriculture, specialization horticulture. The title, A Study of Horticultural and Genetic Traits of Spider Plant, Cleome Jayandra. Supervisor, Professor G.R.M. Chow. Co-supervisor, Professor E.T. Guata. The supervisor will read the citation.
African leaf vegetables such as spider plant, Cleome Jayandra, also known in Venda as Murudi, have grown in nutritional and cultural importance in South Africa in recent years. In this study, numerous indigenous varieties of the spider plant were collected and assembled from Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Northwest Province, and other African countries. The research revealed morphological, nutritional, and genetic variation among the collection of the spider plant varieties. The result of the investigation also showed that the spider plant contains several nutrients, including quercetin and quercetin-3 lutinoside, that have good health properties against cancer and cardiovascular diseases, among others. Overall, the indigenous vegetable study also demonstrated that the vegetable can be cultivated throughout the year in Limpopo province, thus ensuring the availability to consumers. The knowledge is critical for subsistence vegetable production, human nutrition, and food security. 3 articles have been published from this thesis. Congratulations.
Davana Caroline Ndivuzanyanyi, Microbiology. Title, Molecular Characterization of Entamoeba Species and Impact of Host Genetic Polymorphisms on amoebiosis. Supervisor Professor A. Sami, co-supervisors Professor P.O. Bisong and Dr. A.M.K. El Bakri. The promoter will read the citation.
The aim of this study was to characterize Entamoeba histolytica using methods such as microscopy, PCR, real-time PCR, sequencing, and bioinformatics to demonstrate that Entamoeba coli and Polecki are common in the study population. Other parasites such as S. stercoralis, Cytospora, and Ascaris lumbricoides were also detected. This study also showed for the first time that the minus 1031 TC polymorphism of the TNF alpha gene is associated with diarrhea and acute lower respiratory infection, while the minus 308 GA phenotype was associated with vomiting and other illnesses. The data generated will be useful in the development of gene therapy that is tailored to specific individuals depending on their genetic makeup. Thank you. Congratulations.
Maregere Bothwell, Applied Mathematics. The title, Development and Application of Coupled Multiscale Models of Malaria Disease System. Supervisor, Professor W. Garira. Co-supervisor, Professor D. Matebula. The co-supervisor will read the citation.
In this study of mathematical biology, coupled multiscale models of malaria disease system was developed. The study begins with deriving a new single-scale model for directly transmitted infectious disease systems, using malaria disease system as a paradigm, which was extended to develop multi-scale models of malaria disease system in this study. The model was applied to evaluate the effectiveness of 3 vaccination components that target the pre-erythrocyte at microscale, the pathogen replication cycle at macroscale, and the pathogen transmission at macroscale. The results suggest that the use of malaria health interventions applied at appropriate scale domains of the malaria disease system, such as larvicide, pupacide, that target the immature mosquitoes, use of artemisinin-based combination therapy that target the pathogen replication cycle at the macro scale, and a long-lasting insecticide-treated bird net that targets the pathogen transmission at macro scale, has greatest impact on the control of malaria disease at the individual and population level. The study gave greater understanding of and possible solutions to a host of problems involving control and elimination of malaria disease. Congratulations, Dr. Margarete.
Nekuvi Vuchilo, first mountaineer. Physics. The title is Development of a Mathematical Model for Predicting Bioslurry Temperature and Subsequent Gas Production Rate for Underground Brick-Built Biogas Digester using Ambient Air Temperature Forecast. Supervisor, Dr. D. Tinaruo, co-supervisor, Professor Haro von Blonis. The supervisor will read the citation.
The use of the biogas digester system are increasing, although many of these systems are installed without indication to show how much biogas is available before planning to use the energy. Estimating available cooking biogas energy is a crucial to households that depend primarily on biogas as a source of cooking energy, using readily accessed information to the user. A predictive mathematical model was developed for biogas yield for underground building fit domestic-sized biogas plants using daily average ambient air temperature that is accessible through weather forecast reports from the internet, radio, and television. Assuming a constant and sufficient feedstock, the research operating temperature of the biogas contents determines the biogas yield, heat exchange mechanism between the digester system and the surrounding were established using thermodynamics principle. The model predicts the operational digester temperature using ambient temperature as the predictor. Ordinary uses in rural areas can predict the possible duration of use. The development model is accessible and user-friendly, predicting the possible future or next day cooking duration using the weather forecast temperature, which is estimated for planning. Congratulations.
Magwaleva Mpo, Microbiology. The title, Molecular Characterization of Human Sapovirus Circulating in the Rural Communities of Limpopo Province, South Africa. Promoter, Professor N. Potgieter, and co-promoter, Professor A.N. Traore. The co-promoter will read the citation.
The citation reads as follows. The objective of this study was to determine the genotype, characterize and analyze a capsid protein of the detected human sapovirus strain associated with diarrhea in children less than 5 years of age from rural community of the Vembe district in Limpopo, South Africa. A 6.5% prevalence rate for sapoviruses in the low and middle income countries was determined, with significant difference of sapovirus prevalent rate seen between the low income and the middle income countries. This study reports 14.1% of sapovirus detection from the stool samples used. A genotype 1 was found as the most prevalent strain, comprising about 69% followed by the genotype 2, 19%, and genotype 4, which was 6.25, with G1 and G2 detected in only 6.25% of the sample. Significant correlation between sapovirus positive cases and water sources was noted. A partial VP1 was successfully sequenced, and results shows genotype G1.1 to be the most prevalent, around 60%, followed by genotype 2.1, 20%, and 10% of the each G13 and G23. The relatedness of strain detected from non-human hosts with the detected strain from the study was noted with concern. This study has published, we published 3 papers, and well done, doctor. Welcome to the club.
Devoe Raymond, Chemistry. The title is Synthesis and Biological Evaluation of Novel Potential Anti-Diabetic Drugs. Supervisor, Dr. S.S. Mnyakeni Molele. Co-supervisor, Dr. N.V. Vumbi. I'll request one of them to read the citation.
The objective of this study was to synthesize new compounds to be used as anti-diabetic drugs. 3 classes of compounds were investigated, namely glitazone, hydantoin, and rhodanine-containing compounds. In total, 47 new compounds were synthesized, 15 of which contained the glitazone moiety, 22 contained hydantoin moiety, and 10 contained rhodanine moiety. These compounds were investigated for their in vitro alpha-glucosidase activity against the alpha-glucosidase, and they showed average inhibition. Although the compounds obtained did not show significant alpha-glucosidase inhibition, 3 libraries of compounds created may be used in future drug discovery. The compound's cytotoxicity was also investigated, and most compounds proved to be non-toxic, except for the hydantoin-containing compounds with hydroxyl group and fluorine atom at position number 4 of the benzaldehyde moiety. Congratulations, Ray.
Akintola George Olwole, Doctor of Philosophy in Environmental Sciences in Geology. The title, An Integrated Approach of Determining Shale Gas Potentiality of Carbonaceous Shale of the Permian-Tule Basin, Limpopo Province of South Africa. Supervisor, Dr. F. Amponsa da Costa. Co-supervisors, Professor S. Ruprecht and Dr. S.E. Mtlongo. The co-supervisor will read the citation.
The citation reads as follows. Shale gas is important due to the rising demand for energy generation. The focus of the study was to determine the potential of carbonaceous shale rocks of the Permian Tulip Basin of the Limpopo province to generate gas. Laboratory investigations were conducted on shale core samples from 370 to 580 meters deep rocks using geochemical, mineralogical, infrared spectroscopy, scanning electron microscopy, energy dispensive spectroscopy, petrographic, total organic carbon, and rock Evel 6 pyrolysis. The findings demonstrated an excellent source rock in which the Makambeni shale rock was a type 2 to type 3 carogene, prone to generate a thermally immature biogenic gas. The Mazuringa shale rocks indicates type 2 carogene, prone to generate a thermally mature condensate wet gas. It was established that the carbonaceous shales of the Tulip Basin of Limpopo province have shale gas generation potential that can expand and strengthen the energy security of South Africa. The outcome of this study serves as the new reference for other shallow organic shale gas globally when investigating potential shale gas generation in a non-marine environment of the back bowls depot zone of tectonic setting. Thank you. Welcome.
Vice-Chancellor and Principal, I have the honor to introduce to you the following awards. An honorary doctoral degree in theology. Dr. Chenowani Simon Farisani. I will request the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Research and Postgraduate Studies to read the citation.
Dr. Chenowani Simon Farisani was born on 30th August 1947 at Songozi Makado Louis Richard. He is married to Mudzuka Regina Neamabeni and has 3 children, Zumbululo Denga, Damulelo Mbotolowo, and Zwabonala Nibanga. Dr. T.S. Farisani holds a PhD degree from the Graduate Theological Union, University of California, United States of America. BA Honors from University of South Africa, Diploma in Modern Hebrew, Senior Certificate from South Africa from Vanderland Training Institute, and Junior Certificate from St. Tumula High School. He holds the following awards: Doctor of Divinity, Trinity Seminary, Columbus, Ohio in the United States. That was given to him in 1985. And Confessor of Christ Award, Seminex and Lutheran Theological Seminary in Chicago, United States in 1987. Dr. T.S. Farisani's title of dissertation, Eschatology, Salvation and Liberation in Jürgen Moltmann's Theology. He has the following publications: Diary from South African Prison, Justice in My Tear, and In Transit, Between the Images of Man. He also served as editor of the following: Focus on LTC Student Magazine and BBC's. Since 1972, Dr. T.S. Farisani has been a church worker and a pastor. He was the dean of the Lutheran Church from 1975 to 1995 and was bishop's deputy from 1982 to 1995. Dr. T.S. Farisani served as Member of Parliament for the ANC in the National Assembly and the Welfare, Finance and RTP, Education, Science and Technology, Sports, Arts and Recreation and Studies, shortly in National Council of Provinces. From July 1997 to June 1999, he served as a member of the Executive Council, MEC in Agriculture, Land and Environment in the Northern Province. In June 1999, he was appointed to the MEC for Transport until 28 April 2004. On the 29th April 2004, he was appointed to the position of the Speaker, Limpopo Provincial Legislature until 2008. After 2009 elections, he was deployed to the National Parliament as an MP and the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Arts and Culture, and retired from the National Parliament in the year 2010. He was president of Black People's Convention of South Africa, vice chairperson of Azanian Student Movement, secretary of South African Student Organization in Mapumulo branch, secretary of the Vendors Student Association, and secretary of the Black People's Convention, Mara branch. He also served as president of the Bold Evangelist Christian Organization, the Zoutpansberg Interdenominational Ministers Association, the South African International Students Congress in the United States of America, the USSA Sister City Project in the United States of America, and the New South Africa Project in the United States of America. He served as the provincial treasurer, provincial executive committee member, member of governance, committee member of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Northern Province, provincial head of the health desk, and member of the provincial working committee of the ANC. During the time of apartheid South Africa, he served 4 detentions in various prisons and police stations. He has traveled through 5 continents, advancing the causes of liberation, human rights, and church work. Welcome, Dr. Chenuane Simon Farisani.
Program Director. Oyu munga dzifu wa ambariwa nenepo. Fhedzi u sumbedza ṱhonifho kha mahosi. Ndi khou ri ndaa. Vhane vhanga vho Dr. Chifularo ndi khou humbela vho maila u sumbia luanamea vha wapa thi khou vha vhona vho vha hone hafha nda ndi khou luvha u swikiwe ngeno vhane nda vho Gole Mphaphuli ndi khou humbela ndi khou humbela muthusi wanga ofisini hangeini ndi speaker ra legislature Vho Mathieu ndi khou humbela zwo vhonala na miyawe ndi khou humbela vhathusi vhanga vhe nda ḓa navho ri tshi khou bva Khalavha kha vha ḓe vhoṱhe vhe nda ḓa navho vha fheletshedziwe nga vho Bishop Muofe kha vha swike ngeno ndi khou humbela navho Vice Chancellor vho Principal ndi khou humbela na vho Dokotela Ramasiko not everybody here speaks or understands Venda. It has been a very long walk to freedom. A long walk. First, I'm saying this to those who are betraying Chief Iwa Isaac Mwape, my younger brother. Who was killed within a day of his arrest. A young man who many times slept in my house, young man who I married, and who was killed and left behind a 3-4-year-old baby. It's a costly project, this freedom. Those who are abusing this freedom must remember my friend and brother, Stephen Biko. Whenever I visited the Lutheran Theological College, Mapumulo, he would share my room. And we shared my single bed. And when I visited Durban, I shared his room. Fortunately, he had a double bed. April 1977, while in detention in Pietermaritzburg and Warwick, I was told, you and your friend Stephen Biko must die. And he died that same year in September. They told me. And I thought, even my days are numbered, but this is not time to stop, to struggle for our freedom. Death did not stop Jesus from doing what he came here to do. You see, we're still struggling to recover much of our confiscated land. This is not being racist. It's being just. That land must be accessed, Muhariwang, by the poorest of the poor. People are crying across the country. They are about 50% unemployed. And Farisani and his friends are stealing the people's resources from government. We even steal money for COVID. And people die when the honorables are enjoying themselves with their families. And nabathu babo. These degrees collected here today, I'm very proud and honored. So even our sisters gathering the highest of degrees. These degrees must go and serve the people. The people. We can't use high positions and to rob the nation. There are those who came with me, those who helped me as workers. Can we allow them to come nearer to me, please? Bote banenda shumanabo wange akakwaje kabata. Ndila zinababika nditiphinanga mihe na mazaruma ebataba ngadeni. The concept working class is not a bird flying in the air. These are the working class. They are our mothers and our sisters. And Muhali, Mairasu, I would have rejected this honor because I can't carry it alone. I can't. This honor belongs to Mahosi Hajbas. I've been regarded as a terrorist and a communist. For 42 years that I stayed at Maungani Post. Ahuna na kosi nanti Hajbasa yompaterago. I had a place to stay and hold meetings and conferences Bahachibasa. Abongo bia barichipeta shango. Kachipfe shango ni loshu. Dikori Bahachibasa nda ndi halibu. Now, God, ndorwa na mzala wanga, mzala wako tsianga bo Patrick Mpeto. Ni mashaka kosi inofarelela bathu bachikoviwa ya shoma. Bangwe na usidibo rimura tunamkoma na wazidivi. Karibu. Ndingasi J honor ndindoda. It's too heavy for me. I can't. Kuna mahosi bononga bochurwa busiku jara mabra. Borwa ngamanda. Ndisongori ndofura ndaba jeori mahosi yote afana arengisa. Ndingasiwale ndindote ona boramasuba. Baba chitoda na jele rofariwa rovarerwa varilapa for free. Ba Bishop tikwamba zakale kale ndikatoziva. Ndi mumwe wa vadinda va mudzimu vonoda vachintabelela na untabelisa hayani. Ndoba ndichizvikona kale ndichigidima ndichange nange urabelisa vamwe, but this time ndi mafungo obo auri ndi rabelisiwe ngavane vakona. Ndi kolibuwa mudzimu oshumisa bone mudzimu uri ndime ndikatichila nanamusi ndo dzula jele na police station za 14. Ndo ya zwibadela za 14 ndi chivala na Madimbo Military Health Center. Na Groote Schuur ndo swika, na Victoria, na Tygerberg. Hapa Tshilidzini ndo dzula 106 days. Ndo vundiwa na mbabvu. Ndichifema nga ndebe. Ndikoto shavavo zwa uri udopfi ndiyapenga. Ndova ndichigonyisa na maruku vavona na mabuli yavo bva kamagona. Mavadzi asheho. Una phungo inoko mona Kenny. Ine yari atongova perfect mara ndolingeza ushumela lushaka ndi muvusoni. Ndolingeza ngamate. Abazwidivi uri vamwe vevava vontika angedzi ofisini za mihasho ya kupambana na imini vari wakhavo. Rito zwitani ngauri ndono dibura. I've confessed uri hey honor is too big. Ndi kwaitanganedza iyashu rote ngauri ndalizova ndizongokona chitu. Nda. Atongo nibona na hoyu mukeguru mufumakadzi wanga na khalasi. Hapa ndapira hone uchikotambudziwa muthu mutani ni tambula note. Ndolivuwa Regina na vana. Documentary no people.
Vice-Chancellor and Principal, it is my honor to present to you the following award: an honorary doctoral degree in the sciences to Professor Tshilidzi Marwala. The Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Nosizi Feza, will read the citation.
Professor Tshilidzi Marwala is the incoming Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and a rector of the UN University from the 1st March 2023. He is currently the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg, with 50,000 students and 8,000 staff members. He is a trustee of the Nelson Mandela Foundation, chair of the Africa Health Research Institute and serve on the Nedbank board. He is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the World Academy of Sciences, the African Academy of Science, and the Academy of Sciences of South Africa. He has supervised 37 doctoral students from more than 20 countries in Africa, Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and the Americas to completion. Some of his prominent students include Professor Fulufelo Nelwamondo, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Research Foundation, and Professor Rendani Mbuba of Wits University and the University of London. He was born in the Tutuni village and matriculated at Mbiwi Secondary School. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering with a magna cum laude from Case Western Reserve University in the United States of America, a Master of Mechanical Engineering from the University of Pretoria, and a PhD in Artificial Intelligence from the University of Cambridge in England. He has published 25 books on artificial intelligence, one of which has been translated into Chinese, over 500 articles in journal proceedings, book chapters, and newspapers, and holds 5 international patents. He was a Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Dean of Engineering at University of Johannesburg. Before UJ, he was the Carl and Emily Fuchs Chair of Systems Engineering and the Sachi Chair of the Artificial Intelligence at the University of Witwatersrand. He was a postdoctoral research associate at the Imperial College in London. His research interests are multidisciplinary, including the theory and application of artificial intelligence to engineering, computer science, finance, social science, and medicine. He has been a visiting scholar at Harvard University, the University of California at Berkeley, the University of Cambridge, and Nanjing Technical University. His writings and opinions have been lectured in media such as The New Scientist, The Economist, Time, CNN, BBC, Cambridge, London, and Oxford Union. As Vice Chancellor, he positioned the University of Johannesburg to drive the 4th Industrial Revolution in South Africa, to accelerate the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. UJ ranked first in Africa in 2021 and second in 2022. Times Higher Education University Impact Rankings on Sustainable Development Goals. First, it ranked second in Africa in the latest CSI Global University Rankings. UJ increased its research output from position 6 to position 2 in South Africa and is poised to become the largest producer of research in Africa. He is a formidable fundraiser, and under his leadership, UJ increased the endowment from 1 billion to 4 billion in the last 5 years. Under his leadership, UJ acquired 2 additional campuses, DevLand Innovation Campus and IBBS Park, and completed the Soweto Residence Complex. Furthermore, UJ increased its electricity consumption from solar energy from 0% to 13%. Marwala has received an honorary doctorate from Caucasus University in Tipsy, Georgia. Please welcome Professor Chilitsi Marwala. Welcome, my prof. Congratulations.
Dimasiari, Abusheni, Dumelang, Sanwonan, Chancellor Advocate Mujanku Gumbi in her absence, Vice Chancellor Dr. Bernard Ntambereni, members of the judiciary, I saw Judge Raulinga, our chiefs. Today we are joined by Wamsanda Woligege, my chief, Karirube, otherwise I will not be welcome home tonight. Wamsanda Womwelekanyi, Karirube. Wamsanda Wompapuli, Karirube. Wamsanda wo Kennedy, media watu yawe ya sara yochena. Karirube. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I also would like to pay a tribute to our graduates who have walked the stage. I think we should give them a warm round of applause. I also thank my family who are here and those who are not here. My wife Jabulile and my children Katuchero, Tendo, and Denga. And my mother Katuchero Marwara. Maybe she should stand up so that you can see her. That's my mother. I'm also honored to be receiving the honorary doctorate. I'm also honored to receive the honorary doctorate with my mentor and pastor, Dr. Farisani. I cannot remember the first time I met him, but I can estimate that it was more than 45 years ago. I remember him coming to our church when I was doing grade 1, might even be before then, alongside Pastor Landman. I remember his fiery sermons at Dutuni, my village, in 1980 and 1981. I remember when he was blessing me on my way to the USA for my undergraduate studies in 1991. To paraphrase the song that he loved and sang at our church, without delving into the complicated matters of faith, and I'm not going to sing it, but if you come and visit me, I can sing it for you. Kazi chikande satane. Kazi chikande satane, to eliminate all evil, corruption, and underdevelopment from our society. I am honored to receive an honorary doctorate, particularly from the University of Venda. I have graduated 4 times, first in Ohio, and I graduated alone. Then Pretoria, which I missed it completely. Then University of Cambridge, I did not even show up. And recently at Tbilisi in Georgia for an honorary doctorate. But an honor from the University of Venda is the most remarkable and unique to me, and it is special of them all. It is special because I grew up in Dutuni village, 5 kilometers from this august university. It is special because I went to high school at Dimani Secondary School after it was moved from this exact location to make way for this university. It is special because the very first time I heard of a concept of a university, it was the University of Venda. It is special because for the very first time, it is for the very first time that my family, especially my mother, is witness my capping. It is quite sad that my father, who passed on this year, missed this capping, but may his soul rest in peace. It is also special because our chiefs are here. Muhari Woligeg, Muhari Womwerekani, Muhari Wompapuri, Muhari Wo Kennedy. It is special because my doctor, Woramasuba, is actually also here. It is special because the University of Venda and its emergence in 1982 stood out as a beacon of promise, hope, and a better future, which is based on education. I vaguely remember the excitement, pomp, and splendor as the doors of these universities were opened. I was not there to witness it with my own eyes, but I listened with bated breath when those who were there related events opening on Radio Toyando. The doors of learning and culture shall be opened, so said the Freedom Charter. Are the doors to our minds open when certification has become more important than education? Are the doors of our minds open when tenders are more important than learning and honest work? Are the doors of our minds open when our society stops reading serious books and increasingly relies on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram? Those who do not read must not lead, lest they will lead us into temptation and deliver us to poverty. So I wrote in my book, Leading in the 21st Century. But Univen is special because it educated many people I admire. It is special because it educated Professor Azwindini Muronga, the wise one, and the Dean of Science at the Nelson Mandela University, who knows more about relativistic fluid dynamics than I do. Univen is special because it educated my PhD mate at Cambridge University, Dr. Ruzani Nemutudi of Itemba Labs, who knows more about solid-state physics than I do. UNIVEN is special because when it was established, nationally, we were in the throes of great violence and uncertainty, with P.W. Botha and his banality of evil on the helm of power. Our country was on the precipice of democracy, but it seemed so far out of reach. As we dreamt of better futures and greater opportunities, the University of Venda represented the hope of tomorrow and demonstrated the value of higher education. UNIVEN is special because it represents the start of the transformation in the higher education sector. While it was formed to serve as the inhabitants of the Venda Bantustan, the student body demonstrated transformation from the very start, as students from all over Northern Transvaal attended the institution even at the height of the Bantustan policy. It is special because, to the people close and afar, it was built on the Venda proverb, Chisima chakure, chiwuraisa dora, meaning a well that is located far away will keep you thirsty forever. UNIVEN was built to be close to and not far from our hearts. This phenomenon fundamentally speaks to what the approach to higher education in South Africa should be. Higher education in South Africa, with its fractured history, has not been a place of inclusion, but rather a sector that was distorted in terms of mirroring the demographic features of our country. Despite the dismantling of exclusionary legislation and practices in higher education, the road to a truly transformed sector across multiple dimensions like race, gender, and class, or epistemological choices is a rugged terrain. The reality is that despite almost 3 decades of democracy, collectively, we have struggled to shake off the shackles of our apartheid past. The nuances that have impacted the education sector, and these are inequity of access, educational gaps, and spatial planning, as just examples, remain stuck and largely unaddressed. I'm reminded of the words of your Chancellor, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, who said at an inaugural address this year, this university started off as a branch of the University of the North, both established to give effect to the dehumanizing apartheid project of providing inferior education to black students such that, on qualification, they serve the needs of the Bantustan system. However, both institutions went on to defy the shameful circumstances of their birth to become the loci of our struggle and part of the midwives of our new society. As I move to a different context, to the world of global diplomacy, in a different country, Japan, on a different continent, Asia, as the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Rector of the UN University, I am confident that many of these lessons will continue to guide my approach and vision. As the philosopher and poet Ralph Waldo Emerson phrases it, the years teach much, which the days never know. So as you talk about generational mix, I saw people wearing interesting, especially students wearing interesting T-shirts from political parties. As we think about this issue of generational change, we should not forget that years can teach what the day will never know. Education is therefore important. As we continue to build our education system, I urge you to adopt these 10 principles to facilitate a society that is able to take care of its people. The first principle is to get the basics in our education and training sector right. In this regard, our curriculum must be appropriate and produce linguistically, mathematically, and logically literate society. This means There have to be sufficient classrooms, amenities, and tools to offer a good education that prepares our people for the economy of the fourth industrial revolution. Additionally, there have to be adequate educators who understand the curriculum that they teach. The second principle is to foster multidisciplinary education. Our education system must integrate all aspects of our lives, and every learner or student must be literate in human and social sciences, as well as science and technology. This will naturally lead to a society that is digitally literate, in addition to being classically literate. Classic literacy speaks to the ability to read and write, while in the 21st century, digital literacy and the ability to understand technology are increasingly becoming human rights. The third principle, our education system must have a good mix between theory and practice. As Kat Levine once stated, theory without practice is sterile, practice without theory is blind. The fourth principle is to have a holistic view of the education system. Higher education that is separated from basic education is suboptimal. The fifth principle is to link the education system to the international community. In the 21st century, we have to open the eyes of our students to the rest of the world. This means that our students must spend time outside South Africa, and they should welcome students from outside South Africa. The sixth principle is starting education earlier and before the schooling system. One of the company Sony's founders, Masaru Ibuka, wrote a book titled Kindergarten is Too Late, which observes that 3 years old is already too late to prepare a child for an advanced society. People in remote areas of our countries need and deserve digital education and early education. It is imperative to start education earlier than the current system allows, and the government must be involved in this regard. Preschooling in South Africa is confined to those with economic means, leaving vast swathes of poor people behind to the detriment of our economy. We need to create systems and mechanisms that ensure that our communities across our society have access to preschool education. The seventh principle is to leverage professional society to build a strong education and training systems. For example, can we leverage volunteers from societies such as South African Institute of Civil Engineers to ensure that university infrastructure is of high quality and its depreciation is tracked and handled? How do we leverage these volunteers to ensure that learners and students across our society are exposed to multiple professions before they go into the workplace? The eighth principle is to build a culture of reading. A society that reads tackles problems of unemployment, poverty, and inequality better than a society that does not read. Reading is even more important for our educators to ensure that they serve as role models who instill the culture of reading in their learners. It is also important that educators and learners individually read widely and from diverse sources to create a culture of innovation. The ninth principle is to invest in research and development to capacitate our education and training sector. National competitiveness and the resultant labor productivity are preconditions for high economic growth. The creation of employment and decent wages is central to a long-term growth in living standards. According to a 2018 note from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, South Africa has the lowest productivity growth rate among emerging economies. South Africa currently spends 0.62% of its GDP on R&D. However, this must be increased to 1%, which is necessary to improve South Africa's competitiveness to the levels required to address the problem of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. The 10th principle is to develop a culture of using public-private partnerships to solve our problems, including within the education and training sector. For example, the system of accrediting accommodation providers has vastly increased university accommodation to the levels that would have been unaffordable if public universities were left to fill the gap. We can get private sector players to bring knowledge and experiences into public education and training institutions. Government must agree with the private sector to ensure that the skills and knowledge that reside in the private sector flow into the public institutions. Now, coming to the graduates again, and I'm quoting a statement that was said during the height of the French Revolution. After the French Revolution, there was a phenomenon called the Reign of Terror, where the revolutionaries terrorized the French society in order to shape it to the new era. This change was so much that these revolutionaries abolished calendars. They abolished the way of measuring using measurements from the royal family. That's why we have meters and kilometers. But it was the era of violence. And one philosopher said during the height of the French Revolution, the revolution, like Satan, devours its children. I'm almost tempted to quote the same in our own context here in South Africa. The revolution, if it is not guided by wise men and women, will devour its children. So, you have the responsibility to ensure that our revolution does not devour us, but it protects us. You are the new true revolutionary, whom without you, there can never be development, there can never be the tackling of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. So go on and change the world for the better. And my best wishes to you on your journeys and chapters that may follow. And I sincerely thank you once again for honoring me today. Ndiaribuwa.
Program Director, Dr. Takalani Zaga, the MEC of Limpopo Department of Education, Ms. Mavungu Ruruli Ramakanyi, the Acting Executive Mayor of the Vembe District Municipality, Advocate Mudunungu, Mayor of Tulamela Local Municipality, Councillor Sarah Rambuda, the representative of the Mayor of Makado Local Municipality, Councillor Rachel Ralipada, the Chancellor of the University of Venda in absentia, Advocate Mujanku Gumbi, members of the University of Venda Council, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning, Professor Ian Crawford, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Postgraduate Studies, Professor Nosi Sifeza, the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Corporate Services, Dr. Robert Martin, the Registrar of the University of Venda, Advocate Edward Lambani, the Chief Financial Officer of the University of Venda, Mr. Botwek Razia, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Johannesburg, and the recipient of the University of Venda Honorary Doctoral degree and your family, Reverend Dr. Chenwani Farisani, and also the recipient of the University of Venda Honorary Doctoral degree and your family, Judge of the High Court of South Africa, Judge Joseph Raulinga, Wotobele Mairo Sumwa Kennedy Media Batu Chivas, Wotobele Gore Musi Wampapoli, Kosi Womashudu Merakani Chivas, Kosi Wovengani Ligeg, Musanda Bojay Chifularo, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, Professor Mudimwa Barwa Kanyan, the Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Chilizi Murauzi, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Social Science, Humanities and Education, Professor Wongani Bantwin, Acting Executive Dean of the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, Professor Jude Odiambo, Director of the TUT Bombela Campus, Dr. K.F. Nechiombo, esteemed members of Senate, and the Chairperson of the University of Venda Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi, Dr. V.S. Ramasuba, Dr. Sidney Mampaga, Mr. Kenny Mativa, members of the University of Venda Senior Management Committee, the Director of Student Affairs, Mr. Azidobi Mukeli, our esteemed traditional religious leaders, Dr. Masakona of the Calvary Church, the President of the University of Venda SRC, Mr. Gudani Chamano, and the entire SRC leadership, sponsors of awards of our best performing students, university staff and students, graduates, family, friends of the University of Venda, eminent guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I offer my congratulatory message, I would just want to ask to request you observe a moment of silence in honor of Ms. Solani Irene Sivia, who received a Bachelor's of Education honors degree posthumously. Let's take a moment. May her soul rest in peace. Today is a joyous day for all of us gathered here to celebrate the achievements of our graduates. Our education sector in the country is characterized by high dropout rates. Many students enroll at universities, and most of these students do not complete their degrees for a variety of reasons. So, well done to our graduates for your dedication to your studies and for your kindred who supported you through your academic journey. Your years of toil and sacrifices have finally paid off. Graduations are indeed exciting times, not only to the graduates, but also to their parents, and also the lecturers who were involved in guiding our students throughout their studies. To the academic, administrative, and service staff who guided you and offer you the tremendous support in your journey, I say also congratulations to them as well. Earlier this year, in our winter graduation ceremony in July, about 3,314 students graduated. And today, in this November graduation ceremony, we celebrate the success of 366 students who also graduated. This brings the total of 2022 graduates to about 3,680, which is the highest number of graduates by the University of Venda in a single year. We're excited about this achievement by the University of Venda, which is happening in the same year when we are celebrating our 40 years anniversary. We hosted a special celebration event to mark this milestone on the 27th of October, just 2 weeks ago, and there are still a number of activities that are lined up to mark this important milestone until the end of the year. The University of Venda, as you've heard, opened its doors and commenced its academic programs in 1982 in the buildings and the grounds of the then Dimani Agricultural High School in the Chivase territory. Having started from the humble beginnings of 177 students who originally enrolled at the University of the North, today the University of Venda is providing intellectual home to more than 15,000 students. The University of Venda contributes enormously to the socio-economic development not only of our province, but also to the entire country by producing well-rounded graduates. Many of our graduates occupy strategic leadership positions in both the private and the public sectors of the country. And as per our motto of creating future leaders, there is no sector in this country where you will not encounter a Univen graduate. As one of the 6 comprehensive universities in South Africa, the University of Venda continually strives to deliver a robust teaching, cutting-edge research, and impactful community engagement of the highest quality for its citizens. The University of Venda is one of the fastest growing universities in Southern Africa in terms of its depth of academic staff, student output, throughput, and also the quality of research output. Despite the many challenges that confronts our country and also its post-school education and training system, the University of Venda has relatively remained stable and is a well-managed institution of higher learning which adhere to a prudent financial management. As per our strategic plan 2025, we strive for academic excellence and leadership to position the University of Venda for impact and relevance. However, ours is not excellence without a soul, what Harry Lewis suggested in his book in 2007. But it is a university playing a critical role in the transformation agenda of this region, the province, and the country at large. We understand our role as contributing to the preparation of our young people into accountable adults who will take up important roles in their communities and societies. And true to this view, it is a commitment to develop our university into what Harry Lewis calls, and I quote, wells from which the imagination, invention, and creativity are drawn to the benefit of the society, where future leaders learn and sharpen their skills, where students' discoveries and innovations will be the source of the national prosperity in the coming centuries, close quote. Program Director, our view of the university is that university must be catalyst for building what we call inclusive societies. Universities such as ourselves should play their role as a key institutions in the process of social change and development. As articulated in the National Development Plan 2030, higher education institutions are seen as the major driver of information and knowledge systems which is linked to the economic development of our country. Accordingly, the National Development Plan assesses that universities must fulfill the following three main functions in the society. Firstly, universities must educate and train people with high-level skills for employment needs of both public and private sectors, and the responsibility to produce solutions for complex, challenges that are facing our society. Secondly, universities should be the dominant producers of the new knowledge. And thirdly, universities must produce or provide opportunities for social mobility and simultaneously strengthen equity, social justice, democracy, and the creation of the new cultural values. Therefore, universities should take the lead in addressing the developmental challenges by providing what we call the relevant, contextualized knowledge, insights, and locally relevant recommendations for policy formulations, solving existential problems, and creating technological products and producing new knowledge that can be adapted for economic, political, and social improvement. As we gathered here today in this auditorium, there's a great expectation by the public at large that universities should rise and provide solutions that contribute to the solving real and contemporary problems that is facing our communities and becoming the hotbeds of innovation and entrepreneurship. Program Director, it's a great honor to have with us here today the outgoing Vice Chancellor and Principal of University of Johannesburg, Professor Chirizi Marwala, will be the first African person to lead the United Nations University in Japan, who also received an honorary doctoral degree in sciences. And also Dr. Reverend Chinwani Farisani, an icon of our liberation struggle, who received also an honorary doctoral degree in theology. I'd like to express our deepest gratitude and celebration to both Professor Marwala and Reverend Dr. Farisani for accepting honorary doctoral degree at the University of Venda. The University of Venda awards honorary doctoral degree to outstanding individuals who contributed profoundly to the progress of human society and also academic research. Both Reverend Dr. Farisani and Professor Marwala had made immense contribution in the development of our country, continent, and the world. To our graduates, we are very proud of your achievements today, your unique experiences, and the life stories that each of you brought to the University of Venda. And over the past years, we have seen you grow and flourish despite the many challenges and obstacles that characterized our national post-school education training sector. Thank you for choosing the University of Venda as your preferred partner of choice in your quest to attain higher education qualifications. We are confident that the knowledge and the life skills that you have acquired during your stay at the University of Venda will enable you to make great difference to your respective communities. As you celebrate this great achievement, remember the insightful words by our former president, Nelson Mandela, who stated the following, and I quote, that after climbing a great hill, one only finds there are also many, many other more hills to climb, close quote. Your graduation today does not signal the end of the journey, but it signals the beginning thereof. We are confident that as you embark in your life journey, you are academically equipped to cope with the demands of the modern, sophisticated, challenging world that you're about to enter. The knowledge you've acquired in your chosen disciplines and fields is key to providing you with the pathways for your future. But the many, many more hills you'll have to climb in your future life's journey will require you to be perseverant, to appreciate and celebrate diversity, to embrace teamwork, dispute resolution skills, negotiating skills, communication skills, critical and creative thinking skills, and also emotional intelligence and managing oneself. As you leave this university, remain ethical in your conduct and abhor bribery and corruption. We will continue to engage you as alumni of this great university. We will remain interested in your journey as our ambassadors. As I conclude, let me again once more convey our gratitude to parents, guardians, lecturers, university support staff, as well as the sponsors and our government through the National Student Financial Aid Scheme for the profound care and support they provided you during your stay at the University of Venda. Congratulations to you and my best wishes to you for your future endeavors. I thank you and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Bernard Ntambeleni. Vice Chancellor and Principal, I'm tempted to indicate that through this graduation ceremony, it is evident that the University of Venda is at the peak of our 40th anniversary celebrations. And perhaps one can also borrow the words of our DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Ian Crawford, that we are still looking for more achievements in the next 40 or 10 years. So watch the space. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now getting towards the end of our ceremony. And there are a few announcements that I would like to make. We are mindful of the fact that we have in our midst guests that have accompanied our two honorary degree recipients, Professor Chirizima Rwara and Dr. T.S. Farisan. So we'd like to invite you to join the academic procession at the Life Sciences building. And we are also mindful of the fact that there are some of you who are not familiar with the campus. So we have colleagues who will show you the direction to the Life Sciences building. So we would also like to extend an invitation to our doctoral degree candidates who received their PhDs this afternoon to join the academic procession at the Life Sciences building. So after dissolution of the congregation by the Vice Chancellor and Principal, the University of Venda Choir will lead us in the singing of the national anthem. So when the national anthem is being sung, led by Univent Choir, we should all rise and all men should remove their caps or hats. So I would like to reiterate that let's remain standing until such time the last person in the procession has left the auditorium. Thank you so much. Shall we all rise?
By virtue of the authority entrusted to me, I dissolve this congregation of the University of Venda.
Sana marena lina, 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 sana marena lina.